Welcome back to the channel. It's been a couple of days, but we're back at it. We're back at it. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend, good start to the week. So the bit of a leak that we got is the NVIDIA RTX 5050 won't use GDDR7 memory. Most likely will use GDDR6. And it's going to be either Samsung or SK Hynix, which means it's probably not going to be ECC or error correcting memory, which is kind of a big bummer, to be honest. Maybe it doesn't have enough power throughput, input output power for it to make sense for GDDR7. Maybe they're trying to make it as cheap as possible, make it a real budget card. So yeah, made it clear the 5050 might use older GDDR6 memory rather than speedier GDDR7 or even GDDR6X. That would be Micron. But they're saying it's going to be Samsung and or Hynix, so most likely won't be GDDR6X. Hey, how's it going, board? Doing pretty good. How about yourself? How about yourself there, Borg? Yeah, I hear you there, man. I hear you there. I don't drink. I don't drink, bud. Drink my Pepsi. Yep. Don't drink. Don't do drugs. I do have one bad habit, but I'm trying to quit that as well. Not too easy though. The news put to the rest any inkling to the RTX 5050 might use GDDR7 memory, so it's probably going to use GDDR6, not even GDDR6X. That's even a worse rumor because this is still just a rumor that it's going to use GDDR6 memory, and it's going to be either GDDR6 Hynix or Samsung. Having two suppliers for the RTX 5050 not only boosts overall number of GDDR6 chips NVIDIA can purchase, but also helps alleviate any potential supply chain bottlenecks that might occur. Yeah, and relying on one or more manufacturers can't keep up with orders, so it's good to have multiple different chip vendors. That depends on the beer. I saw a little bit about that. That's what I did for over the weekend. That's why I didn't stream it all. Kind of updated myself since I am a little bit behind on some of the stuff that has came out and or some of the leaks. I am a little bit behind, so I did took a look at a bunch of different things. And yeah, I did see something about the new Xbox handheld. I didn't look further into it because I'm not into that kind of stuff. I'm into PC hardware, right? But yeah, I did see that. I see that, and it's pretty big. It's pretty big. Looks all right. It's still just in like beta form though. It's not even fully done, by the sounds of it. Yeah, man, doing good, doing good. Can't complain. Gabby Goo's all happy, so that's all that really matters. She's just laying on the bed there. I don't know if you can see. So, what has not been confirmed, but the performance of the GDR6X modules is that the RTX 5060, GDR6 around that long multiple speed bins, not even counting GDR6X, range from 12 gigabits per second all the way up to 20 gigabits per second. It's like basically 21 gigabits per second for a GDR6X memory. Then it could use any version between the two ranges of the RTX 50. Though more recent video cards have been taking advantage of the 16 gigabits per second, 18 gigabits, and 20 gigabits per second. And the ones that they're using for these Radeon are not necessarily 20 gigabits per second. They're like 19.6, 19.8, just about 20 gigabits per second, because it's still not even the GDDR6X memory. It is GDDR6, but like a slightly overclocked from factory. Haven't played anything but Skyrim in many years. Don't enjoy gaming like I used to. I hear you there, man. I hear you there. I mean, if you like Skyrim, you like Skyrim. If you like certain games, you like certain games. Not everyone has the same preference, but depends on what you like to play for when you have the time to do it, right? So previous rumors suggest the RTX 5050 will take advantage of the 8 gigabyte and of GDDR6 memory with 130 watt power rating. So 5050, 130 watts. The entry level Blackwell GPU will allegedly use a fully enabled GB207 die boasting 2,560 CUDA cores, 20 SMs, and 128 bit memory bit bus. So that's pretty good actually. Bus width there, 128. It's actually not terrible. It's not like it's at 96, so that's pretty good, actually. Can't complain about that. So why is it not using GDDR6, GDDR7 memory? It would technically have enough throughput for it. Maybe it doesn't have enough CUDA cores. But they should be using GDDR7 memory, to be honest. That would have enough power for 128-bit. Should be plenty. The RTX 5050 was to use 18 gigabits per second GDDR6. That would translate to 280 gigabits per second of memory bandwidth, which is, for context, the 56 has almost twice the bandwidth, featuring 448 gigabits per second, which isn't even that good. It's not even that good. My 3070 Ti has way more than that. So I don't get why they're making them so low of a bandwidth, to be honest. And because they're really trying to make sure that their 5070, 5080, and 5090s are way more powerful. But if you're not even going to outdo 2 generations ago in bandwidth, then what's the point? For the price, too. Also for the price. So even though NVIDIA RTX 5050 will not use GDDR7 memory, that does not guarantee the RTX 5050 won't use it in the future. NVIDIA has created multiple versions of its 50 series class, so it's 5050 class cards in the past, supporting different memory types. Yes, the GDDR6X, the GTX 1650 was one such GPU. It came with whopping 4 different trim models. Just same thing also like with the 3060s, right? They also have different kind of trims on them as well, multiple different VRAM and bus bit width as well, and shaders. Hey, how's it going, Arthur? That's naming Kevin, the 1650 Super. NVIDIA launched GTX 1650 in 2009 with 8 gigabits per second GDDR5 memory. Then a year later, launched an upgraded GTX 1650 with 12 gigabits per second GDDR6X memory. That's when it came out back in 2020, so kind of makes sense. And it's kind of nice that they did that. Eventually, NVIDIA also released TU106 and TU116 versions of the GTX 1650 with the same specs as the GTX 1650 GDDR6 variant. And yeah, it was a lot better performing in some games. Again, that all depends on the game, whether or not the game can utilize this or not. So in addition, a laptop version of the RTX 5050 supports GDDR7 memory, making it even more likely that NVIDIA will eventually make a GDDR7 version of its RTX 5050 desktop counterpart, which they should. They're just trying to save some money in ways, but they should have GDDR7 memory, although there's not a lot of gigabits per second with the GDDR6. With GDDR7, it's going to give more memory bandwidth, so it should be like 340, maybe up to 370, 380 gigabits per second memory bandwidth. So it would definitely increase it quite a bit. New suggestion, I'm from India. I'm student buying Dell Precision 5560 i7 11th gen NVIDIA i7 11th gen. That's actually kind of nice, to be honest. 11th gen, that's good. NVIDIA T1200 for 37K and 307 days. Is it worth it from your view? Depends on the actual CPU. Depends on it. And what exactly are you going to be doing with the PC? I think the cat knows what I'm saying. I was talking to my brother. I was going to that pet her and she let me have. I think she thought I was good talking to her. Yeah, yeah. Cats are smart. Yeah, Gabby Gear is pretty smart. She's just like a dog. She sits, shakes both paws, lays down. Yeah, she's a good kitty. Well trained. Did you see that Borderlands 2 was on sale for free? Where is it on sale for free? I have no idea what India's market is, bro. It's a good price. Yeah, India's market's not the greatest. It's not the greatest, unfortunately. It's gone now? Well, here's what it is, I guess. So NVIDIA's 50 series super refresh, during which the company is rumored to be refreshing at least some of its outgoing Blackwell consumer GPUs with 3 gigabyte GDDR7 ICs. So that would be a bit of an upgrade. That would be kind of nice to see. If NVIDIA extends its super refresh down to the RTX 5050, the RTX 5050 Super might feature 12 gigabytes of 28 gigabits per second GDDR7 memory. So that would be nice to see. And if a 5050, a budget card, so a 5050 Super with 12 gigs of VRAM, 20 gigabits per second, that would definitely make it a good card, a good contender. Well, I would like to see that, to be honest. That would be good for NVIDIA, even though they're slow down production. Yeah, it's a T. Low wattage. I mean, they're good for some things, right? It's not really good for some things. Integrated graphics, I still don't think will even match the 5050. It doesn't even matter what, like, you can get the best integrated graphics. I still don't think it's going to match it. i7 is still fast, but uses half the power. But what you talking about, Willis? So the B60, Intel Arc B60, which is a dual GPU. Definitely got to look at that. So there's 20 XE cores, render slices is 5, ray tracing units 20, Intel X matrix extension, Intel MXX, XMX engines 160, X Vector engines 160, graphics clock 2.4 gigahertz, GPU T flops 12.28, GPU peak tops 197. The actual wattage of the GPU is 200 watts, which is actually pretty good. Graphics clock, so it's base clock is, well, the graphics on it's 2000, so 2 gigs, 2 gigahertz. TBLP 120 to 100 to 200 watts, which is, it's good. It's 200 watts. It's not bad. PCI Express 5.0 by 8. Memory, 24 gigabytes of GDDR6. Again, I've talked about this before. I was a little wrong on it. I didn't think they were going to be coming out with this card at least anytime soon. And yeah, they did come out with this card. It's 24 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory. Kind of sucks it is GDDR6, but again, this could be a very good budget oriented card for workstations. And there are going to be AIBs, like board manufacturers, that put 48 gigabytes in place, which would be really good for some people doing AI and LMs. Graphics memory interface, 192-bit. Graphics memory bandwidth, 456 gigabytes per second. Memory graphics memory speed, 19 gigabytes per second, which is it's damn it wrong. What's up? I would assume you still about the i9, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't use half the power. An i7 doesn't use half the power. Yeah, 125 watt versus 125 watt. The RTX 3060 is the last good 60 card. Yeah, the 12 gigabyte model. For price to performance, the 12 gigabyte model it is still the card to get for some people that are looking to, not spend a fortune on a graphics card and get some decent performance. The 12 gigabyte model is really good. So it does have H.264 hardware encode decode. It has H.265 EVC hardware encode decode. It has AV1 encode and decode. VP9 bitstream and decoding. Yes, it even has that. That's actually really good. But AV1, a lot of people will be using AV1 encode and decode. It's just really, really good. It does have ray tracing, one API support, OpenVINO support, DirectX 12, Vulkan, OpenGL support up to 4.6, OpenCL support to 3.0. Media profiles, it's HDR10, HDR10 Plus, gaming, Dolby Vision. All right. Multi-format codec engines, there's 2 of them. That's adaptive sync, yes. Intel extension for PyTorch. IPEX support, yes. Intel X super sampling, Zeiss, XESS. Zeiss, I don't like it, but it does have it. Hopefully they did some upgrades on that, because it's not the greatest. 3060 did beat the 4060 in some games. Yep. Some games. Due to the fact that 3060 Ti was full 16 PCI Express lanes and the 4060 was not. There's just 8. But yes, there are going to be some games that can utilize more bandwidth, actual bandwidth. So yeah, you got to look out for that. So the Intel Arc B50 and B60 looks like the prices are supposed to be around. So the B50, and it's a cut version of the actual die, unfortunately. It is supposed to be around $300 MSRP. So that's pretty good. It's supposed to be 16 gigabyte VRAM on it as well. So 16 gigabyte of GDDR6 memory. And it's supposed to be $300, which is pretty good. The B60 is supposed to be around $500 MSRP price with 24 gigabytes of GDDR6 memory. So Intel announced Project Battle Matrix for internal code name for a new interface workstation platform that provides up to eight Intel Arc Pro GPUs in a system. That's not just the B60. That's 8 Arc Pro GPUs in a system, allowing 192 gigabytes of VRAM. According to Intel, this allows it to run models that are 70 billion plus parameters and above. Very nice. And you used, yep, GDR6. I don't believe all models use GDR6 X. I don't believe all of them did. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure not all AIBs use GDR6X. Could be wrong on that. No, I was right. Yeah. So not all RTX 3060 Ti GPUs use DDR6X memory. Initially, most used 3060 Ti models used GDR6 VRAM. Later on, NVIDIA began producing DDR6 variants according to video cards. But yeah, some of them, it was later on that they did. And memory's pretty good on that kind of stuff. My 1060 was making some strange noises when it was forced to play 4K native HDR beam and G drive graphics. That could be a bit of a coil line. It's odd for 1060s making coil line, but it could be coil line. Yep, that's a turbo. That is a turbo. Your sex with women is pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good. Gotta try it more. Yeah, yeah, it's just a little turbo. Trying to sell it. Supposed to go into a Hyundai Tiburon. But that weekend I was supposed to put it in. I kind of crashed the car on the way home because I was cut off on the highway. Yep, they were uncommon to do the actual turbo kit into them. But I did get a turbo kit and was going to do it. I got a boost controller, everything for it, but that was a crappy weekend. That's when I got the Volkswagen Golf. There's a diesel, already had a turbo into it, manual, 6-speed manual. So I was happy with that. I'm very sad about the car. It was a nice lightweight car. It was really fun to do track on. So that's why I wanted to do the turbo. It was TDI. Yeah, they did suck. Yeah, from a $2,500 car that I bought that was going to put the kit was a $1,200 turbo kit. And then I got some accessories for it too. It made it a little bit more expensive, but $2,500 car to a $45,000 car. So yeah, a little bit of a difference there. It cost me a fortune, and yeah, I don't even have it anymore. Yeah. My mom had 2 GTI MK2s and 2 MK5 TSI. The TSI is all right. I did like the TDI. There's so much torque in them, man. And it did have a stage 3 turbo kit in it, so that's why it made it even better. Sounded amazing. Third gear, you can go from literally 50 kilometers an hour up to 140-ish kilometers an hour just in third gear. And it made max boost at 790 RPM. All the way up to 1500 RPM was its max boost range. And then it went up to 5K, which is really good. You have no idea how many people wanted to race me on the highway. So many people. Porsches, BMWs. I mean, everyone wanted to race me. Just because they heard the car. Like literally just sitting in a parking lot, turning it up, sounded like an actual truck. And yeah, it was fast. 200? Yeah, no, that I got mine a little bit faster than that on one time. Everyone did. And then with the Tiburon doing the racetrack, a lot of Porsches wanted to race because the Tiburon was really good for going around tight bends, really tight bends. But the The Golf was really fast on straightaways. Wasn't that great on turns because it was a sport wagon. Acceleration was good, yeah. I think one of the fastest I've ever raced was the Golf of all-wheel drive Golf R. It was the Golf R. Holy tuned. It was tuned. Holy, did they ever take off fast? It took off the wagon was nice. The fit a queen size bed in the back was great for dates to like the drive-in movie theaters. Was great for those. It was really fun. Fit all my tools for work. Yep, I used to work on 1,000 horsepower and up Hondas. My buddies back in the day, but not all-wheel drive. They were front-wheel drive with slicks. Scary how fast those things got. They were like the Honda Civic scary. Yeah, no, they were scary, man. They were scary how fast they were. Something that weighs what 1,800 pounds when all stripped down, with over 1,000 horsepower. They're scary. 800 horsepower. Holy. Hey, it's not a lot of. There's not. From what I know, there's not a whole lot of all-wheel drive Hondas. Yeah, man. And some of them were like close to 1,500 horsepower. Yanni, haven't seen you, man. Doing good. She says hello. Yes. You say hello? Yeah, I guess say hello. All right. I'm on up. Nice. All right. Just gotta do that. And my Ford pushing 750. Yeah. Put two. 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 That's actually sounds like the one of the fastest Tiburons ever made. It had dual turboed engines. Dual. One in the front, one in the back. Made it all-wheel drive. Yep, this is Gabby. I've had her since 2016. Yeah. Yeah. My mom's been taking care of her though. But now I got a place that I can have her. So I got her now. Count up. Up, up. Yep. Yeah, Gabby's 9. She's a shelter kitty, was at the shelter the longest. She has opposable thumbs and a lot of claws. She's older than the 1060. Okay. Subaru. I mean, would you want to do that? Would you want to do that? Or would you want to keep the boxer engine if the Subaru had a boxer engine? I mean, the boxer engines, they're not the greatest, but they sound amazing. No, not all Subarus have boxer engines. They don't all have boxer engines. You're talking someone knows a thing or two about cars and trucks too, so it would be pretty cool, yeah. What I thought was cool with the Golf that I had, you can literally switch out an Audi steering wheel, like those cut in half steering wheels. You can literally put one of those in it, switch it out. You like that Fiat Force, man? What is wrong with you? Something wrong with you there, Squeeze. About 21 years old now. Oh man, I bet it sounds amazing. If it was diesel, man, and good as a stretch. Yes, the inline six do sound good. You can get them in the old Fords. The old Fords, you can get them in. Yeah, holy, those engines would last forever. I had an old Ford. Actually, my boss, boss sold me his old Ford with the inline in it. Took it to, I got a whole bunch of stuff for it. Took it to get safetied. It would have cost over $8,000 to do repairs for the body. The engine was mint, basically still in it, but the shocks were going up through the wells. Like it was so much problems. Boss is like, I'm sorry, I did not know that. How much did you spend on everything already? Because I went to like scrap yards for new bucket seats, new a whole bunch of new stuff that was better for it. And he gave me all the money back for it. A turbo straight six, yeah, that'd be, yeah. They sound amazing. They do. Yeah, the inline six sound amazing. Yeah, if it had turbo, they still sound good. They got that pop. They got that pop noise. They sound amazing. They're throaty, but not too throaty. They're really nice. Had the E36 3 Series M Power from Japan with that alpha kit, and the mechanic could not fix the engine issues. Ooh, that sucks. Yep. Did your Jeep have the inline? I know your Jeep probably didn't have the turbo, but they probably still sound really good. If you straight pipe them, they sound really good. 4.2 liter, nice. Yep. Yeah, nice. Okay. You're basically almost at the max of the inline six. It had the big version of it in 4.2. Yeah. Another thing that a lot of people don't know of is the Cummins also make a smaller diesel engine as well. But holy, did they ever have a lot of torque. And it sounds really good. No, not the Titan one. The Titan one's an actual small, well, actually not even a small Cummins. I'm talking a six cylinder. They also made, I don't think it's Cummins, but they also make a 3-cylinder. So yeah, it was a 6-cylinder inline six, K series. Cummins offer various 6-cylinder engines such as the B series. So the 6B 5.9, LSB 6.7, and QSB in the K series, like the K19. The K19s are nice. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. Um, they have a ton of torque. They cost not a fortune, not like you would pay for like an actual full size, but literally, yeah, like a 6 liter. It was about $8,000. I think you can get them boxed. Some of them around $8,000. But they're only like 150 horsepower, but they have like over 500 foot-pound of torque. And then the mods you can do to those engines are insane. I mean, absolutely wild. Yeah, right around there. Yeah. Now you can actually find them a bit cheaper than that, right around 8,000, 8,200. Some of them are refurbished, but that's just fine. Turn off track mode. Yeah. Yep. And then I do believe they make 3-cylinder versions as well. Yep. Yep. They make a 3-cylinder as well. 60, 85 horsepower range. 160 to 230 foot-pound of torque. They're just little 3-cylinders, right? But a lot of people put them into um, the rock crawlers. They put them in rock crawlers. On top of that, there are buttons that make my mom's car way faster. Yeah, yeah, you can put it in different modes. Some are different. The car can go 140 with sport mode activated to 160. Wow. And V8 Pathfinder, pretty rare rig. The Australian model gets the 3-liter diesel. Nice. Yes, yeah. Your V8 can, but your V8's got to weigh a lot more than that 3-liter diesel. And not last as long. The Chevy put a Corvette C8 V8 engine in an Opel. Oh, really? I had an accident, only had like 80 horsepower, still yeah. Yeah, with stick shift. Yeah, see, that's the thing with stick shift versus automatic. But you can technically tune the automatics to be pretty good. It's just, yeah, not the same. Similar to the Miata. Have you seen the person that put a Hellcat engine into a Miata? That's pretty wild too. Bah. What are you doing? Just a side panel for the PC. Sorry, boost is so easy horsepower. Ah, yeah. And easy, you can just tune it, right? Easy to tune it if I'm already boosted. Straight pipe it, tune it, even more. Mm. Uh, what? So what we got here? Oh, I have an idea if you go. Oh yes, is the side panel okay over there? Yeah. But then you go to put the motor and everything in the wheel itself, so you can add horsepower to the car easily. Yeah, they did that too. Some company swapped Titan V8 and his 240 SX and made 2000K stock. What? 2000 horsepower? What? So I think I saw that not too long ago, to be honest. I got a message. Give me 1 second. Bah. What? I don't have anything. What's up? Am I paying attention to you? All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was pretty recent when I saw it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw the same one as you. It's got 2,000 horses, so it just reaches over and punches the truck out. Yeah. Uh, Impel Astra is 703 horsepower and 200 mile per hour. Pretty fast. Search up the The sport wagon Golf. It's got a lot of foot-pound torque. Let's say that. Usually with, and that's literally a 2-liter engine. That's with a 2-liter engine. There's two companies that deal specifically for the engines, the TDI engines. Usually with high horsepower car with gearing limited, not horsepower. Yep, that's right. Your engine can only spin so fast. You need the gearing to be able to deal with it. Yes, gearing limits it. Yep. That's why if you have a 6-speed manual with that overdrive, it helps. Don't wait all day. A 2.0 TSI. Tell her to get a TDI, a 2-liter TDI, and then cut the muffler off of it. You can get very, very low miles per gallon. Let's say that. It's one of the most fuel efficient. You're getting around 1,600 to 2,000 kilometers per tank. It cost me $40 every 2 weeks to fill up my tank. I did what? It was around 2.8 to 3.1 while driving on the highway, up, down a little bit of hills, but 2.8 to 3.1 liters per 100 kilometers. Oh, there's diesel tax? That's brutal. That's brutal. Why is it diesel tax? I mean, it's kind of the same here, I guess, in a way. Yep. Yeah. They can go really fast, or yeah, you can do really, really low miles per gallon, or really, really high miles per gallon. Sorry. Yeah, the TDI one that I had, it's literally had dual pumps that feed in the diesel to the injectors, and 10,000 over 10,000 psi, so that way it could spray proper. And yeah, it could either do 2.8, 3.1 liters per 100 kilometers, or it can do 90, 90 liters per 100 kilometers, depending on how fast you wanted to go. Yeah, you won't know because they're supposed to have it, so it's a fail safe. You technically only need one. When you're doing, like, if you have like a dual triple stage turbo kit in the actual car, you want three. You want three of them, just in case one does fail. You have the reliability, and three just so that way you can get the appropriate amount of fuel at all times. Yeah, gear three on some are pretty rough. I hear you there, man. Neutral. And but Jetta was easy to work on. Replace fuel pump. You just lifted. Yep, you just lifted the back seat. Yep. Same thing with the Golf as well. Very, very easy to work on, except for the engine bay. The engine bay, it's not terrible. It's just everything's so compact in the actual engine bay. There's so much going on. It's only that sucked. And then taking off like the 172, 174 bolts, or well, yeah, bolts basically that held on the actual cover underneath. So that way, no water, dust, and all that got up in to the engine bay or any other spots of the car, and a complete cover underneath the whole car, skid plate basically. 172 to 174, I think it was bolts on it. Holy moly, was that ever a pain? Just so I could do the oil change because I didn't have one of those fancy diesel oil where you literally just put a nozzle into the actual engine tank and it would suck it all out. I did the old fashioned way, from the bottom. But yeah, holy, was that ever a pain? Not fun to do. The plastic got brittle. That sucks. Oh, wow. See, I never had to worry about that. The one thing I had to worry about was the sunroof. There's like a special mesh that went over the whole car, basically, like not over the whole car, the inside of the car, basically. So that way there's a full moon roof onto it. Now, right there, the one side stopped working, and then I had to literally manually open and close it, unfortunately. Because I didn't want to spend $2,000 to get it fixed. It was around there. Very expensive. You see, failed front axles or snap. Wow, that's brutal. 2,000. Well, I mean, 2,000 k miles. Not a little bit. It's quite a bit. I didn't have to replace everything. I just had to do that one thing. Everything is all leather. So it's the main thing about it. When I had, it's all leather. All right, the hood all plastic. Yeah, some components were plastic on mine. I replaced some of the plastic bolts that came with it, weird plastic bolts, with metal ones. So I didn't have to worry about a lot. Yeah, for if you're getting it that cheap too, right? So that's always nice as well. Yeah, the rims are cracked probably because of what you did to it. The rims don't crack with doing nothing to them. Yeah, that's one thing about nice about that Golf sport wagon that I had. It was a nice low rider. I mean, or it was a nice low rider. The only thing that really sucked was getting the tires for it. The rims were really nice for aftermarket rims that came with it, but the tread, holy expensive. And I can only find it around my area, not even in my area. I had to literally drive to Toronto to a special place that dealt with tires. The only place that had them. Spikes. Well, that would do it. Cover by and then the use will play again. I would kind of pull it apart and going through the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, definitely do that. Do the whole, go through the whole thing. And then boom. You know what's good, what has to be replaced in a certain amount of time. Yeah, the check engine light was always a pain. Mine was the fuel cap too. Made check engine light go on for some reason. ECU doesn't control that though. Yeah, yeah, it'll save you some money. If there's any issues, because there might not be really any issues with it. Give me one sec here. Competitive feeding frenzy. You have a real life Rainbow Road. From Japan. What other GPU news we have? So apparently 96 is still available at MSRP. It's nice. The 8 GB variants just not selling, apparently. And what did they expect, right? Custom PC company stuff's a NUC inside a GPU. That's pretty cool. The GeForce 5027 POS packs 2 times more memory than NVIDIA's RTX 5090. I mean, that's not the same kind of memory. But I the Cherry Tree had integrated a NUC into the GeForce 5027 POS. Although not the most recent model, the ASUS NUC 13 Pro still has decent specifications, equipped with the Core i7 1360p chip, codenamed Raptor Lake, which wields 12 cores and 16 threads with a boost clock speed up to 5 gigahertz on the P cores. Not bad. It also has integrated Iris Xe graphics with 96 EUs up to 1.5 gigahertz. Cherry Tree paired the 20-watt Raptor Lake processor with 64 gigabytes of DDR4 3200, so it's And a 2 terabyte MP33 PCI Express 3.0 SSD, both sourced from Team Group. Oh, apparently Gamers Nexus did something on it. Will NVIDIA be skipping the RTX 60 series? Probably not, no. They're just slowing down production on the 50 series cards. Chips, not the cards themselves, but the chips. No, it'll still be RTX most likely. Titan could come back. I think NVIDIA will be. Yep. They're not stopping production. It's just they're slowing down on the 50 series cards. They'll probably make the 6090 have a minimum of like 96 gigabytes of VRAM. Yeah, I mean there is a Titan model. It's just not really seen. I mean, there's only a few that were actually made. DeBauer reviewed it. It's basically like the RTX 6000 Pro. Probably just due to the fact of the stuff that you're using, make sure it's fast enough to not bottleneck anything or slow down. Probably not made for it. It has 32 gigabytes of RAM. That's actually pretty insane. So Cherry Tree only partially took advantage of the gigabyte cooling system, given the size of the NUC, the heatsink remained unused, whereas the triple cooling fans actually helped the active cooling of the NUC components. You can install the GeForce 5027 POS into a standard expansion slot, effectively having a PC within your PC. However, the PCIe interface on the graphics card is non-functional. Cherry Tree converted the 8-pin PCIe power connector into a barrel connector so that the GeForce 5020 gets power through an adapter from the wall outlet. Well, I mean, it's low powered, so it kind of makes sense. Additionally, the outlet has hardwired a power button onto the side of the graphics card. Cool. So the NUC 13 Pro is placed close to the graphics card I/O bracket. Therefore, you get access to the ports even if the GeForce 5027 is installed into a PC. Connectivity is the same as what you get from the NUC 13 Pro. Two Thunderbolt 4 ports and one USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A port, one USB 2.0 Type A port, two HDMI 2.1 ports, and a 2.5 gigabit Ethernet port from the Intel L226B controller. Cool. So as weak as the Iris Xe iGPU may be, the GeForce 5027 POS could run a few games going to test, like Doom 2, Quantum Break ran fine on the device. Gamers Nexus performed synthetic tests on the GeForce with 27 POS, and surprisingly, the iOS XE cannot catch GeForce 2070 Super. No doubt. Power consumption was within expectations, peaking around 87 watts. P-core, E-core, and graphics core peaked at 75 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees Celsius, and 60 degrees Celsius, respectively. Not bad. I mean, of course, it's not going to catch up to the 2070 Super. I mean, integrated graphics are not graphic cards. They're not the same kind of power. So they're efficient, though. They're very efficient, but not. AI 7 production is some PCs. What? It's pretty wild. She's going to smuggle out a school period. Yeah, probably. But, and it's pretty crazy that they have 32 gigabytes of RAM in them. Some have 14700Ks. That's pretty wild. Definitely not needed in a school PC. Oh, so Gigabyte revives the Strike and Orange Force motherboards. I mean, some people will like that. So B850 for AM5 offers DDR5 up to 9600 megatransfers per second. Nice. It is 2-DIMM board, so. Yo, it has a PS2 port. Yo, we gotta look at that, guy. We gotta look at this. That's actually pretty cool that they did this. Yeah, second. Get this all set up here. That's pretty cool. Well, bam. Look at this. Look at that. Yeah, it's not needed to go with a bigger power supply, but I always recommend 200 watts more than what everything combined. I always recommend 200 watts more. It's always good to have. Keeps everything cooler, and so why not? 48 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, 32 is standard nowadays, but 48 does help performance, and just gives you a little extra. Mustard. 100 watts left. I mean, that's okay. It's just having 200 watts more is better. Just keeps things cooler. So yeah, this is the B850M Force. It does have a PS2 on it as well. That's pretty cool. Now dual DIMM, so that's why you can get the 9600 megatransfers per second. That's what it's saying you can do up to, depending on the kit of RAM that you're using too. That's pretty cool. So Gigabyte has listed a new B850 motherboard on its official webpage, confirming the return of its iconic SoC Force series. Originally designed for Intel chips, this series was distinguished by its bright orange aesthetic and included models like the GAZ97X SoC Force. So we're going back to the 4th and 5th gen, all the way up to the 6th gen. The latest edition, however, is meant for AMD CPU, specifically for the AM5 platform. Nice. It's MATX, but yeah. The B850M Force comes with only 2 memory DIMM slots. Again, this is why they're making up the 9600 megatransfers per second. 2 DIMMs, which is nice. Makes sense as one may not get the best stability when installing 4 6 of RAM, especially get these high RAM clock speeds. Mostly you're really going to get stable for your AM5 is 8000, but that's generally what you're going to get. You can get a little bit more if you fine tune it, but stability can become an issue. So speaking of which, Gigabyte's list support for DDR5 memory overclocked to 9600 megatransfers per second. Also comes with 3 M.2 storage. Again, 9600 megatransfers per second is not covered under your AM5 CPU warranty, by the way. This is just for motherboards and what you can do. So yeah, this is not covered under your warranty for the CPU, by the way. Also comes with 3 M.2 storage slots, 2 of which have PCIe lanes connected to the CPU. Two. Usually it's a single, but 2. Nice. Well, the third relies on an integrated chipset. It's just fine, makes it a little bit slower, but it's not a deal breaker. All 3 support PCIe Gen 4 speeds with the topmost slot. Additionally, offer support for PCIe Gen 5 SSD. Nice. Well, it should. When using the motherboard with the Ryzen 9000 or 7000 series CPU, there are also 4 SATA ports if you prefer 2.5 inch or 3.5 inch SSD, 8 hard drives. Cool. So here we go. Here's just a top-down view of it. Pretty simple. Nice little design on this. The heatsink on the chipset. Single 8-pin for CPU. Guys, 24-pin. 2 DIMM for RAM. Fairly close CPU. It's nice. And this is the reason why they're saying you can do up to 9600 megatransfers per second. There we go. We have the PS2 for your mouse, keyboard. That's awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5 USB. Not the greatest. It does have DisplayPort or HDMI, and has USB-C. It's Wi-Fi, and your Wi-Fi. It does have 2.5 gigabit Ethernet onto it. Very, very basic. Very basic. It's not a lot of peripheral USBs on it, which kind of sucks for some people like myself. If you're a content creator, yeah, and you do a single PC kind of streaming, this is not going to be something for you. It's unfortunate. So here we go. Some feature and specs. CPU is the 9000, 8000, 7000 series processors. Chipset is the B850. Memory, DDR5, 9600, 2 DDR5 DIMM up to 120 gigabytes. Onboard graphics is, again, HDMI port and display port. It's audio, Realtek audio, high definition audio, blah, blah, blah. LAN, 2.5 gigabit LAN. So 2.5, 1 gigabit, 100 megabits per second. Expansion slots, 1 by PCI Express, Ryzen 9000, 7000, blah, blah, blah. 1 PCI Express 16 slots, PCIe 4.0 running at by 4. Tight. Yeah, I just have 1 4 by 16 storage and 1 M.2 connector. That's to CPU. 1 M.2 connector for CPU. So 2 of them to the CPU and 1 to the actual chipset. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, 2 of them to the CPU. It's very good. Makes it fast. Makes it real fast. Other key features include X3D Turbo Mode, which is a one-click solution to deliver optimized performance on Ryzen 9000 X3D and non-X3D processors. System debug LEDs, updated BIOS UI with improved features, and an adapter-based Wi-Fi attentive solution if they opt for the Wi-Fi variant of the motherboard. So they'll probably do. And this is the adapter. So plug and play. You don't have to screw anything in. It's just plug. Works, and it's only if you got the Wi-Fi version. Yeah, well, I mean, some fans like Corsair makes it so you can manually tune the fans on them, which is kind of nice. The fan pulling from the chambers there, the fan on PS2 doesn't even need to run. I mean, that's nice. If you have like power supplies like I have, you can literally just turn it to eco mode, which turns the fan off until it hits a certain temperature, which never hits that temperature. So I can always keep them off, but I always have them on just because I like to keep things cool. The PS2 is under heavy load, exhaust heat of the case though. Yep. 270 oil on the board or external power brick. But Yeah, any of them can be. And PC has place for a fan to cool the. But I put 360 radiator back there for one too. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. Motherboard I bought looked like this, but in black, and like a Zeus rebuilt motherboard, pre-built. Oh yeah, so it's like ATX. Yeah, the Asus pre-built are not the greatest in my opinion. Slightly bigger. I mean, slightly bigger and making it ATX. Heart, how's it going, buddy? Current board's M-ATX, nice. I mean, for what I do for overclocking that, I don't go after M-ATX, ITX. I go after ATX or EATX motherboards for better performance. Especially if I'm going to be pumping 600 to 1,000 watts out of just the CPU. I'm going to want the uh, the capabilities to be a bit better than the M-ATX or ITX. Because yeah, you can't go too far since this only literally has one 8-pin CPU pin. Can't push this board too far. You cannot. I don't get confused. You don't really care the size of the board model. It has 4 RAM slots, 2 GPU slots, and only got 1 slot. What? You don't care. I care. I care a lot. I care about performance. So it could have 4 DIMM board and be a good performer for CPU overclock, but the RAM overclock is not going to be the greatest. 2 DIMM boards are always going to be better. Unless you're working on DDR3, then really didn't really matter that much. You can still push them pretty far. 2 Wi-Fi card slots? 2 Wi-Fi card slots? You can only utilize 1 Wi-Fi card slot at a time, so. So Gigabyte is not the only company reviving legacy models, as we recently saw MSI bring back its Cyclone series of GPUs. Yes, we did. We went over that. Cyclone GPUs, very budget-oriented style GPUs, combining retro aesthetics with its classic design with the RTX 50 series hardware. The company first gave us a glimpse of the MSI RTX 5070 Cyclone visual at this year's Computex. Eventually, MSI introduced the RTX 5060 Cyclone OC, featuring round aluminum heatsink along with 2 heat pipes and a single cooling fan. And yes, we did go over that. Last time I streamed, we went over that. The angle keeps changing. What? The angle keeps changing. Oh, yeah. I changed some stuff around. I changed some stuff around again. Been busy, all right? I'll push the port if I want to. Poor motherboard. And Z370, I'd still go with Z390. Just more capability out of it. Z390 is really just for like the 9900, but still, you want more capabilities out of it. And what's we got going on? Wait, we're back. So ChatGPT got absolutely wrecked by Atari 2600 beginner chess match. That's kind of funny. Micron develops at the court order to share sensitive pages and the data with China's banned YMTC chip maker. That's not good. Apparently Trump's on a big old thing as well. Yeah, i5 selling on a Pentium. Hey, not the worst. Dual cores. I picked up the coolest looking motherboard and built everything around that. I mean, why not, right? Yeah, my iPad had a gothic phase too. It kept having a black screen. uh, can't afford no i7-99. I mean, you can. I mean, I got my 13900K for less than what I paid for my 12600K. You just gotta look for them deals, and it's brand new. I got it brand new too. So I mean, you just gotta look for them deals, man. So I got my i9 cheaper than my i5 from previous gen i5. Just gotta look for them deals, man. There's always deals, always. Kind of sell higher for less than 120. You should be able to find them for 80 on eBay. You just purchased Microsoft launch first Xbox gaming handhelds. Yeah, so we will take a look at this because I did take a look at this earlier on. Not streaming at all. I was just updating myself on some of the new stuff that came out, and this did look pretty cool. So after numerous reports and speculation, Microsoft has finally come up with its very first Xbox handheld. Sort of, the company has paired with the Asus to launch the new ROG Xbox Ally and the ROG Xbox Ally X as its ongoing Xbox game showcase. Both models feature an updated design that includes large contour grips similar to those found on the Xbox controller, which make it very comfortable. So in fact, that's the route both companies are taking. According to Asus, they have worked on the feedback received for the original ROG Ally and Ally X and went ahead to create its fusion that is part ROG Ally and part Xbox controller. It also includes an updated texture pattern as well as impulse triggers that add haptic feedback to the trigger buttons. That's kind of nice to see too. So they did put in quite a bit of thought onto this. And I do believe Linus Tech Tips went over this as well. Nice ROG look design to it. So notably the launch coincides the AMD's latest announcements where it's added 2 new modules to its Ryzen Z2 series of processors. The new ROG Xbox Ally X will be powered by the latest Ryzen AI Z2 Extreme chipset, which features an 8-core 16-thread CPU, 16 RDNA 3.5 graphics cores, and NPU capable of offering up to 50 TOPS of AI compute power. It will also feature 24 gigabyte low power DDR5X 8000 memory. That's insane. So they really went all out. They really went all out for this. Holy. So yeah, they really went all out for this. Yeah, yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's at it again for a few different reasons. Lots of companies are going to be owing a lot of money. Let's say that. Yeah, not for the X models. Nope. I hear you. The error correcting memory on those GPUs are, yeah, not easy to come by, and they are picked up very regularly. So the prices are not the greatest. Has a digital banner. Yeah, in some ways you can buy bundle deals that are cheaper, but you look on eBay for deals that are around. You could pick up parts for fairly cheap. As a $30 game make my PC struggle, I did max graphics, 16x, and I was getting a 150 frames. I was getting 700. I couldn't tell you. Maybe they did some updates on it, made the textures, more textures in it. Even though the game's old, you can still update the actual, textures and all that on it. Only so far, but I mean, without recreating the whole game. So they did quite a bit for this. So specifications: 7-inch, 1080p IPS, 500 nits, 16:9, 120 hertz, refresh rate, FreeSync Premium, Corning, Gorilla Glass, Invictus Plus DXC anti-reflection, and the X has, it looks like the exact same. So CPUs: AMD Ryzen Z2A for the Ally and the Ally X, AMD Ryzen AI Z2 Extreme. Memory: 16 gigabyte LPDDR5X 6400 versus 24 gigabyte low profile DDR5X 8000. The non-X 512 gigabyte storage, and the X has 1 terabyte. Not a whole lot of storage, to be honest. The games must be cut back games. 60 watt hour battery versus 80 watt hour. And Windows 11 Home. Windows 11 Home. Not sure why they put Windows 11 Home on it, but whatever. Or if you can update or, put your own Windows onto it. That'd be pretty cool. Here's the weight version. So ROG Ally experience budget-friendly option as it's powered by entry-level Ryzen 2A processor chip featured 4-core 8-thread CPU based on AMD's aging Zen 2 architecture. It's old. Yes, this is what you generally get in your consoles and handhelds is older generations. People do not think it's new by any means. 8 RDNA 2 graphics cores and a configurable TDP range from 6 to 20 watts. Mostly comes with a slower 16 gigabyte low profile DDR5X 6400, 512 gigabytes M.2 storage, and a smaller 60 watt battery. Seems right. I think there is a motherboard that comes with the LCD screen. Yeah. Pretty sure there is. Yeah. So the MSI Z690 Godlike is one of them. Yeah, and the X870E Godlike has basically a 4-inch full color LCD display. Not well. I mean, in some ways it might be equivalent to it, but not always. And it did quite a bit for this. So for software, ROG Xbox Ally device will power directly into an Xbox View. However, you continue to get Windows 11 underneath the minor refinements. This means that one should be able to install other game launchers such as Steam, Epic Games, among others. There's an updated ROG Armory Create Special Edition software where, while quick access to settings and custom widgets will also be available within the game bar. Pricing has not been confirmed, but both models are be available during the holiday season in 28 countries, including Australia, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Korea, Mexico, and Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Thailand, Turkey, and United Arab Emirates. United Kingdom and United States eventually will be launched in other regions where the original ROG Ally models are currently sold. Pretty cool. Yeah, no pricing yet. That's kind of scary if there's no pricing. PS5 chose goes into the thing is most console that'll happen with the handheld. It's probably cut back version. Probably a cut back version of it. Again, it's only 6 to 20 watts. The PS5 CPU is different. No, it's gonna be more. I'm thinking it's gonna be around $8.99 to $9.99. For the top tier model. For the lower end model, probably around $6.99, $7.99, around there. Probably $6.99. For the top tier, probably around $1,000 though. It's basically gonna be a handheld computer. Like literally a handheld computer. Has Windows, you can put Steam onto it, whatever you want onto it. It's gonna be like a handheld computer, but it uses the Xbox as well. So yeah, it's not gonna be cheap. 6 to 20 watts for the low end model. Then put the specifications for the higher end model, probably up to 30 watts on the high end model. That's 6 to 20 watts. Which probably should give this thing a fairly good runtime on just battery, even with a 60 watt hour. Probably has a pretty good runtime. Yeah. Again, this is just for the Xbox Ally, not the X version. Yeah, 6 to 20 watts. And it's configurable depending on how long you want the battery to last, 6 to 20. Depending on the refresh rate you're looking for, depending on if you want it to be 1080p or 720p. What? Not the same. It's not even the same, buddy. They're not the same. They're not the same. Top of mobile versus desktop. It's not a desktop chip. It's a mobile chip. Push your 10500 65 watts, right? Never leaves its house. Needs a portable gaming system. Yep. I hear you there, man. If you're leaving the house, why would you need it? I mean, I guess maybe road trips and stuff like that. I don't know. Camping, I guess, if you are not dedicated to gaming. I know my brother played Call of Duty on Xbox, but then he also played Call of Duty on his phone, which is, I mean, mind-boggling in my in my mind. It's like, really, 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 really. But yup, broken twice. Wild. Exactly. Yeah. Why would you want to go to like a handheld? In my opinion, I don't. I don't want to go to a handheld. NVMe, nice. I mean, everything above the seventh gen, I do believe, had NVMe. Yeah, they did all right with that, I think. Just the price is not going to be as cheap as what people think. Steam Deck internals, cram set, an Apple Magic keyboard. I mean, of course, we're gonna be people doing this. It's super small, so you can put it in a lot of small things. FAA to eliminate floppy disks used to air traffic control systems when I-5 also being phased out. Crazy. And people are wondering why. It's reliability. Stuff that they have built for a lot of things is reliability. That's why it's on older hardware. Zotac launches a new fragrance line just for gamers. Yeah. Coincidence? No, not coincidence. Wild, man. Uh, the punishing defective cores on its middle core, they'll do for super boot, but oh, Oris RTX 5090 package from Amazon was allegedly filled with macaroni, rice, and old obsolete GPU. Hidden in pasta. Oh no. The Amazon customer has taken to Reddit to complain that the package was missing the OS Master GeForce RTX 5090 graphics card advertised online, described on the box. Instead, claims Netherlands-based Redditor, OK Atmosphere 7655, that attractively crafted OS carton concealed bags of rice and pasta. Along with a randomly dusty old GPU on the surface, is a very sad tale. With the Redditor informed readers that they had saved up since last year for precious RTX 5090. However, we understand that it's also difficult for retailers who have also been careful to check such claims are genuine. Tin and pasta. That is a dusty old GPU. We like to side with the afflicted, but admit the missing RTX and hardware is extremely mysterious in this case. And we don't have any all the details. We have been some high-profile premium products, which were real cases in the news recently. This one is also involving Zotac products at Micro Center. Yeah, these kinds of shenanigans are sadly nothing new. Puzzles also sometimes go through lengthy and convoluted journeys from the original source to the final destination, from factory to house through distribution to you. Each of these data, someone could have tampered with the package and completed with the switch. Unfortunately, in these cases, also inspired copycats and parties libraries stays in there. Yeah, I mean, could be fake news. Does look like fake news. It's an imposter. I mean, that's not a GT 730. Oh, yeah, everyone thinks they get a GPU now. Yeah, just because there's one issue. It goes to past prison. What does it mean? Obsolete. That looks like 20 series. Yeah. No, yeah, it's definitely. Let's see. I mean, yeah, it's definitely looks like a 20 series. I mean, they don't say what it is, but it looks like a 20 series. It could be. It could be a 1070 by the design. So here, no, they're dual. It's got to be 20 series. It's got to be 20 series. Actually, we'll see what 1080 looks like. No. Mm. Oh, yep. It could be a 1080. No, 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 no. It's got to be 2080. It's got to be 2080. Yeah, it's the 2080. It's the 2080 Ti. Did look like a 20 series to me. Yeah, it is 2080 Ti. Cafe 2 2080 Ti. Boom. So one sec here, open up an image and show you what I mean by it. Twenty eighty Ti. It's a 2080 Ti. So one sec here. Show you what I mean. Boom. There it is. Here's the picture of it. There's a 2080 Ti Cafe 2. I knew it looked like a 20 series to have seen them. And yeah, they only made them in the 3 fan like this. No, password, I think. Yeah, probably. Yeah, no, 3000, I do believe. 3000. Yeah, $3,360. He just wants the 2080 Ti. Yeah, that's why I think it's fake news, because he probably just threw in his old 2080 Ti. He took out the 59, threw that in there, and just put on some of his groceries on it. All right? It's a 2080 Ti. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, but it's definitely fake news. Just because Micro Center had issues with some of their Zotac cards, which means from shipping, somehow they switched out some stuff. They didn't even throw in GPUs, or just threw in random stuff into it. So yeah, this is just fake news. As you can see, it's a dusty old 2080 Ti in the box, so it's definitely fake news. So Hillary just took it out of his PC and did this, just took pictures just to make some more headlines, basically. Help. And copycats. Just wants to copy it. And here's the missing cores. Yeah, this is 4090, we're missing core. Go up. The Dell ad. Well, Dell Technologies. Tech upgrade event. Dell AI PCs are built different. Meet the PC that works. I was reading that. Oh. It's all French now. I don't want French. I want the real. It's AI PCs that they got. There we go. Save big on powerful PCs. Easy ordering, $1,700 for a laptop. Fast shipping, only $1,900 for a laptop. Premium support, $1,300 for the OptiPlex. AI PCs are built different. Meet the PC that works like you, only faster. Intel V Pro with Intel Core i5 processor. Ooh, shave big. Save big. Only $1,700 for a Latitude B. Only $1,700. Latitude B 5450 laptop. Latitude 5450 laptop. We got the was 20. I was reading it. Yeah, so it apparently does not want me to read this. Doesn't matter how fast I read it. It's not letting me read it. Unfortunate. Yeah, this one involved in the burn. These kind of shenanigans are sadly nothing new. Parcels come to go through lengthy comfort and copycats elaborately, blah, blah, blah. In addition to being cautious about who you buy from, to check so with clear video evidence, please video everything from answering the door to delivery. And yeah, definitely have to do that. And then unboxing in one long continuous take. This now seems like essential advice for receiving premium good. Please be careful out there, and if the OK atmosphere 7655 case in this is genuine, we hope that they get the RTX and then been looked and seeking for. Yeah. On a positive note, while we wait for the resolution to the case via the Amazon return process, the retro thankfully has their existing Zotac RTX 4080 Ti to keep them entertained. Apparently had a 4080 Ti as well. Missing cores. 1,000. Yeah. Zotac 5090. Solid. You stop this with missing ROS for the system error. Retailer clarifies RTX 5090 B stock listing with missing ROPs was a system error. What? German tech retailer Alternate has explained a controversial recent listing on the website for the RTX 5090 with missing ROPs on the site was classified as a B stock that, despite apparent defect, was being sold for more than the graphic card model MSRP. The online store confirmed has now that this GPU was part of customer return was never intended for resale. Oh, I have an accident. An accident. Should have been RNA'd. First case in our chasing this year's GPU was missing ROPs in ice dates back to late February, with many subsequent reports as following awareness increased. ROPs are hardware units on your GPU responsible for master opera and pipelines. We also put in units as well. It's called blending anti-analysis with the right of frame buffer. All display pixel data must go through the ROP units before it can be written to GPU's memory. It is for performance. That's why more ROPs is better. NVIDIA later issued a ROPs team use multiple things to do it, but yeah, graphics card was missing. You're going to say the graphics card was missing. Why order Zotac? I mean, it's from Amazon. It'll be an Amazon issue, not Zotac, right? And it was only from Micro Center that there's multiple issues, and that was not even in US, Canada, right? So NVIDIA later issued a clarification showing only 0.5% of product 5090s and RTX 3070 Ti's were impacted, asking affected customers to push their respective board partners for replacement. After it was revealed that this manufacturing defect extended the RTX 3080s as well, tested by Gamers showed GPUs with a missing ROP cluster take up to 11% performance hit while gaming. Yes. Considering the broad Blackwell shortage, retailers selling defective units with missing ROPs at a discount wouldn't be surprising. Last week, Alternate listed a B-stock RTX 5090 with 160, 176 advertised ROPs for $3,100. Price as comparable to fully functional models. After the news emerged, German store contacted computer base, explaining that the listed GPU was the consequence of an internal system error and was never intended to be sold. I'd hope not. So B stock typically refers to the product that are no longer considered new due to issues like cosmetic flaws or customer returns. Based on the extent of these issues, retailers and then establish a reasonable price tag for these items. The effective RTX 5090 alternative was likely misclassified as B stock in the database due to part defect, the missing ROP units. Moreover, the system default to cost of the 5090 was probably not designed for the price of GPU missing ROPs in the first place. It should have been RMA'd anyways. The GPU has now been delisted from the website and was apparently a customer return, likely intended for replacement. Yeah, I'd hope so. Blackwell supply is gradually improving on the same. Cannot be said for the prices. Yeah. Brutal. Can't believe that was even listed. Should have been checked over. Yeah, and just say, why not get the ROG or something cool? The Zotac cards are a bit cheaper. What? Pentium 1 with fit min? Oh, it's set on fire? No. I mean, true. Could get one with light your cigars. You think it'd be better to buy a GPU that blows cabs and replace them instead of used or new? I mean, yeah. But then you'd also have to look to make sure, 'cause there's also certain GPUs that have fuses in place, multiple fuses, and then you just replace the fuses as well. It doesn't matter about overclocking too far. It'd be whether or not it had bad voltage going to the core or memory chips. So you'd want to make sure it had the certain model had certain fuses put in place. But if it did blow a capacitor, it could give it bad power as well. If there was not a fuse in place for the core and memory. So you want to look at that as well. There are certain GPU models that have them, multiple fuses in place. Yep. But there are cards where you can buy them depending on the problem. fairly easy fix, and you can buy the cards for very, very cheap. Yes, you do. Yeah, just get core solder. Just get some core solder. Is that clear? Great. Yeah, just get yourself some core solder. So some cheap core solder, 20 millimeter. Just makes it so it's a faster soldering job. Less heat on the components too, so it makes things easier. I have multiple different types of solder, but this works good for working on small electrical components such as the switches. Just makes for a quicker job. Yeah, it's it for that there, right? Now we'll go to see what else we got. We're to buy the 9060 XT. Yeah. Oh, we went over this. Never mind. Multiple different vendors for it. Apparently the 8 GB models are not selling. They are not selling. Brutal. Yeah, what are those? More half blues and half KTT. So company proposes tabletop particle accelerators with petawatt lasers. Ooh. Advanced lithography. I mean, really? So, creating a powerful, reliable, manufacturable light source for modern chip makers is one of the most complex challenges in today's industry. Among all makers of litho systems, only ASML has successfully created EUV light to print the smallest chip features. They got high EUV light and low EUV light, so higher power and lower power. They use a small for the actual chips to make the actual chips and CPUs. Intel's just got their high EUV light to do certain processes for their chips to hopefully make the process a bit quicker and to make it more efficient and higher yield. But one startup has a radical new idea to change the status quo. Aversion Semiconductor, a San Francisco startup backed by venture capital firm Y Combinator, plans to develop a light source based on a compact particle accelerator, which it claims would be 33 times more powerful than ASML's existing technology and could pave the way for producing finer chip features. Really. At the heart of Inversion's tech is a tabletop particle accelerator that is 1,000 times smaller than a traditional particle. Oh, yeah, they're big traditional particle accelerators and yet can deliver output power of up to 10 kilowatt. Despite its tiny dimensions, Inversion claims that its light source, leveraging the laser wake field acceleration (LWFA) method, can support speed up. Can either speed up chip manufacturing 15-fold, assuming 1 kilowatt light source powers one lithography system, or power multiple chip making tools, simultaneously, therefore cut costs. So if you can do just one light source on multiple systems, that would make it very quick and a lot more efficient to make them. There are major challenges for the budding system startup. However, this is the specific type of accelerator requirements, petawatt class lasers, which are both costly and power hungry. Yes. Additionally, less Inversion Semiconductor collaborate with ASML or perhaps other manufacturers for lithography machines. It would need to develop its own lithography system, create a new ecosystem for its scanners, a time-consuming and expensive endeavor. Yeah, it would be. So, given that Inversion Semiconductor has no experience building high-volume 24/7 fab tools, the company's ambitions are lofty, and no guarantees it will fulfill the promise in making on paper. Oh man, I mean, yeah. So here we go. Kind of what Intel's using right now is the low NA EUV and high NA EUV lithography tools, and they're doing that with their 1.8 nanometer chips. Same VRAM as 1070 in 2025. No, because it's the way the chips, what those switches are done are like all the way through the actual PCB need to be actually soldered to make proper connectivity. So can't glue them on, unfortunately. Light with sub 10 nanometer wavelengths called soft X-ray, which is now currently used for chip production to its high absorption rate by most materials. So while sub 10 nanometer wavelengths are not currently used in chip production, it might prove to be a promising field for research in long-term future. I mean, maybe. And this is what these machines look like. Absolutely wild. These are lithography machines for making chips. And yeah, they use a lot of power. A lot of power. So they use the light waves to melt the tin, and then the second pulse wave to put that tin to the silicon to make the actual architecture. So Inversion's ambitions do not end with the development of just a light source, but span all the way to building complete lithography tools to compete against ASML directly. Using particle accelerators as light sources for lithography tools is a widely discussed and research topic in the industry, but Inversion Semiconductor plans to use what it calls tabletop particle accelerators. Yeah, and these are some pretty big units. So making it a bit smaller would be nicer because then you don't need a big fabricator, like big foundry type place to actually make these. That accelerate electrons to extremely high energies over centimeters rather than kilometers, as seen in accelerators such as the Large Hadron Collider by CERN. And yeah, particle accelerators are massive, usually built underneath towns and or cities, and are absolutely massive kilometer runs, as in a long kilometer run. And over centimeters, that's wild. So Immersion intends to use accelerators relying on the laser wake field acceleration (LWFA) technique, which is significantly different compared to methods used by ASML and CERN. LWFA uses powerful ultra-short femtosecond scale laser pulses interacting with plasma consisting of free electrons and positively charged ions. Ooh. When an intense laser pulse travels through plasma, it creates strong electric fields by pulse electrons side and generate plasma waves or wake fields. Behind the electrons can be trapped and accelerate rapidly within these waves, gaining substantial energy in a very short distance as they rush back to original position. The plasma wave accelerates electrons in the field that are 100 to 1,000 times stronger than those found in conventional accelerator, according to the Imperial College London. Now, cellular electrons can be used for various practical applications, including compact X-ray sources and semiconductor lithography, just to name a few. Unlike traditional EUV sources, the LWFA method generates radiation that is coherent, monochromatic, and precisely tunable. Oh, I mean, to a degree, most likely. Enabling wavelength shorter than 13.5 nanometer, e.g., 6.7 nanometer Tiger, which is far more industrial deployment, which could be an instrumental for next generation lithography systems. The LWFA mechanism accelerates electron to energies reaching multiple giga volt GeV over distance as short as a few centimeters, thus miniaturizing high-end electron acceleration systems dramatically from large facilities down to tabletop-sized devices, which could spark further innovation for the semiconductor innovation. I mean, it would. It would. Just off the right glue. I just finished fixing up my friend PC with everything that came with from 16K image 37. Yeah, that's where it should be. Right around 37 to 38K. 37,377 or 37.8 should be right around there. I got 22K with my 900 X3D without doing anything. Yep, that's right around where it should be as well. 22 to 23K for 900 X3D. There's around 30K in the multi-core. But no, it's not that high. No, that depends on what you're doing, but some bench R23 is generally what you're using, and it will be around 17 to 1800, not K. I'm ordering a solder braid and 40 key switches for the other side of the keyboard, maybe tomorrow. You already have the wick. Oh, well, it's the wick, not the solder. Solder braid. Why do you need solder braid? And what kind of solder did you get? I mean, what do you mean by wick? Talk about the flux? So in parallel, the company is working on advanced mirror systems to reflect and focus the generated EUV light higher than 10 nanometer, which are necessary to direct the light precisely for wafer powdering. The first lithography system based on this technology, designated Litho-O, will be powered by Starlight, with the goal of demonstrating practical silicon wafer powdering capabilities. However, no one knows when Virgin Semiconductor's Litho-O will be complete and fully functional. So first up, LWFA accelerated chambers may be small, but require a petawatt class ultra-fast laser system, which are extremely complex, large, and expensive. Cooling and maintaining such lasers for reliable non-stop fab operation is something that nobody has tried, and it is also unclear whether immersion semiconductors setup can fire those lasers at a consistent repetition rate per second. Exactly. Yeah. They might be fine tunable, but they do take a lot of power and they're going to create a lot of heat, which means you're going to need a cooling system for it. And then we're not talking about water cooling. We're probably talking about liquid nitrogen cooling and or dry ice type cooling. More or less liquid nitrogen. If it takes helium, that's insane. And the systems are going to be massive and not going to be worth it for companies. So, secondly, even researchers from John Adams Institute for Cellular Science at Imperial College London admit that the LWFA produces electron beams with large energy spread, variation in electron energies, and beam divergence, wider spread of trajectories beyond 1 GeV. For lithography, generated light must be highly stable in wavelength, direction, and coherence to achieve precise and repeatable patterning. Instability translates into poor resolution, leading to performance variability and yield loss. So, yeah, they would have to make some sort of mirror that would actually make this tighter and put it into a wavelength, pulse wavelength to make this viable, more or less. Um, Thirdly, while today WFA-based tools featuring a laser with 13.5 nanometer light source can use mirrors and optics developed for ASML's low NA and high NA EUV tools, should they move to shorter wavelength, they are opposed to use new mirrors and optics. This will be a problem, of course, in version of lithography actually decides to develop its own lithography systems, but this means they will have to develop a whole new ecosystem. But you got the general idea. So making a new machine to actually do this probably wouldn't be the end of all things. It would just mean they'd have to make a new system to do this. So a more realistic variant could be making its LWFA-based source compatible with existing tools from ASML. However, there is a problem too. Integrating LWFA light source with existing EUV lithography scanners would be complex, as it would require developing new beam shaping, focusing, and metrology systems, to name a few challenges. While ASML has solve all the challenges associated with its Cymer light sources, we can only wonder whether the company is interested in making its tools work with third-party tool. And they got enough money, I don't think it'll be an issue. As for other makers of litho machines, Canon and Nikon, they have not managed to go beyond KRF and AFR lasers and tools, respectively. So chances that they'll manage to build EUV or beyond EUV scanners are low. Also, keeping in mind that we're talking about at least 1 kilowatt light source, the industry will also need new resists, pellicils, and other externals to make everything work. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it can be theorized to make it worth it, they would put the money into it. But it's they already got these high UVs and low UV machines, so it's really gonna be worth it. So perhaps the biggest challenge for inversion lithography is that it does not experience in production rapidly serviceable mass production tools are engineered for fabs offered 24/7 and are highly compatible with other production equipment in the building. Yeah, yeah. Again, these are very high powered, 10 kilowatt performance, 10 kilowatt. I could do stuff like that with the creator of the Dark Side of the Moon. It would be, yeah. Take pieces of Dark Side of the Moon to overclock. I mean, yeah, that'd be awesome. First overclock on the moon. And I would try that. I would try that any day. Send me to the moon. All right, NASA. Elon. There you go. Inversion lithography aims to develop a compact LWFA-based light source that's 10 times more powerful than ASML's current EUV light source, which, while also targeting even shorter wavelengths, Inversion says that its light source will be tunable and will create coherent radiation for fine semiconductor patterning. And they would have to redesign it for it. Eventually, the company aims to build out a light source with a 10 kilowatt performance, 10 times more powerful compared to ASML plans over the next decade. It can either greatly speed up production of chips by 15 times. I mean, that'd be huge, the company claims, or power multiple lithography systems with one light source, thus cutting down costs, which means instead of one machine working on a wafer, they would have one machine attached to various machines, up to probably 10 machines to create that 10 kilowatt, and it can be even higher, down to 1 kilowatt per machine, and then work on multiple wafers at a time, which sounds like an idea. I mean, that's kind of like a 3D printing facility kind of way, and that actually would be very smart. This could be deployed anytime soon. No, probably if at all, within probably 10 years. I'm not going to say anytime soon. Maybe within 10 years, we'll see this come out because it would have to be refined and then put in place. And then companies will have to invest money into this to even think about it. It looks like there's maybe a couple companies working on this, but this is a very costly manufacturing. And again, they have to create a whole new system to even make this work for smaller nanometer processes. So smaller nanometer nodes. So they're working at 6.5 nanometer. I mean, we've already got companies working on 1.4 nanometer chips right now, and in place 1.8 nanometer by Intel, which is one of the smallest that's in production right now. So, however, there are major challenges. LWFA based accelerator require petawatt class. But yeah, we've already read that. We've already read that. So we've already done that. So I mean, that's awesome that they are thinking about making a smaller unit, which means, and could also work on multiple chips at a time. It's just it's not refined enough to work on the chips that are currently in development. Maybe in the future when they've upgraded a bunch of stuff, mirrors, the actual pulse wave, and all of that onto it. Maybe. It's a possibility. All you gotta do is run Doom on the 1940s decryption first computer, and you'll fly there. Yeah. The air would be so dense and the temperature would probably be like a thin liquid. No, then be in the air, right? Solder would be quick to do all the switches. I mean, technically, dipping would be the fastest way to do all your switches, which means you're going to need a big heated tub that you can put a whole bunch of solder on. And then you just put all the switches on, and then you just dip the actual PCB down onto the actual solder, and then it's all soldered all at once. Dipping would be the fastest way. Hand soldering would be, it's slow, unfortunately. So you could technically heat up a pot of some sort with solder and just keep going around dipping the actual PCB where the flow through is, and then you have to snip them. You have to snip all of them, don't you? Or are they already cut to length? Generally, you have to snip them. You have to snip the ends. Would actually be liquid oxygen at that temperature. Yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, there's no oxygen on the moon, so it's just cold. It's just cold, right? So air cooling with something that can actually go down to that temperature and then heat up. I mean, technically, would you even need any kind of cooling on it? I don't think. You can't. Can't do water cooling with liquid oxygen. I mean, they've got a system that you can do LN2, the robo clocker, but they've tried it with liquid helium, and it's just too finicky. Yeah, in fact, there's no air yet, so cold it gets. I know what you're saying here on Earth, but they've already designed it for LN2 for negative 192, 196 ish. Then they try to do it with liquid helium. Liquid helium machine setups are literally like a house to do cooling on quantum computer chips. Literally, the cooling is like the size of a house, well, 3-story house, more or less. It's a 3-story style system that can feed in liquid helium to cool it. And yeah, that's the smallest we got for liquid helium cooling besides just put it into a CPU pot. Yeah, I do need that. I would. Yeah, it'd be awesome to have. You can fine tune it so that way you can cool more, cool less. Be awesome. Be awesome. Once you use it, it's not. It doesn't even have to be condensed. Not the machines that they're doing. Yeah, it can resiphon and reuse what's not already used, but most times you're gonna just burn it off. Just burn it. Turns into nothing. But yeah, I guess you could reuse it, but the systems you would have to make for that would be wild. Not even sure if what they are using for the quantum chips are even um, like reuses what's not burned off or does whatever has been put into a gas back into a liquid. Not sure if the systems are done that way. I have to take a look at that. Be something to take a look at for sure. In a way, yeah. No, a calf. They're called calves. CALF. Where did you get that? How? No, no, not a house. A calf. A calf. Not a house. Uh, let's see. What else we got? Anything new? No. Unfortunate. So unfortunate. I was gonna say, seriously, you make fun of my Canadian accent. I boomed. What a guy. What a guy. I mean, I guess, yeah, a bunch of Americans do hear the accent more. I, I don't think I have an accent. Those little Vienna sausages. Or to share as soon as he pays you Simpson data with China's band. Should put some food going, though. I should. That's pretty cool that they did this little tabletop particle accelerators. That's why it's also in quote. But yeah, I mean, pretty cool that they're making miniature particle accelerators for chip manufacturing. That's pretty cool. They are good. Got that right. You know, I'm making myself up some chicken wraps. So I think I'm gonna do that. Give me 1 minute and I'll be back. I'm out of here. And FFA is upgrading FAA, not FFA. FAA. Yep, they are. And to newer platforms. Again, a lot of these like trains, planes, and that they use older systems, even back to DDR2, because it's more reliable, way more reliable. Yeah, how's it going, Sniper? Last I heard, they're still using pen and paper, probably just to confirm trajectory of where planes are and that, probably. Yeah, the FAA is upgrading from floppy. Has been more or less told to upgrade. Whether that they wanted to, I don't know. And they cut some cheese up and make yourself some chicken wraps. Yep. Yeah. Not because they did not want to upgrade the systems. It's just that they've been working. They've been working for over 20 years just on the same system, on the same DDR2. And literally they made it so that way they're redundant. They still got redundancy on them. And then they could just switch out whole platforms very easily. And it's not too cost effective as well. So, I mean, why not? You can make a chicken wrap? Nice. Yeah, I make my chicken wrap out of chicken strips. Breaded chicken strips. Let's go. Yeah, the ATF. Yeah, no. And it's the aviation ministry. The thick pita bread. Nice. Yeah, I got not thick pita wrap, but regular soft burrito wraps. That's what I prefer. I don't care for the crunchy tacos, to be honest. I'd rather make myself a wrap. That's what I prefer. Kebab, most likely. Mostly. I'm pretty sure I know which ones you're talking about. Yeah, the ATF and stuff inside a mountain. Yeah. All right. Right there, you guys. Want to put some rice on too. Yeah, she's gonna smell. Yeah. Do you smell that? You smell that? Yeah, smell good? What? Anything to say to them? Nothing? Wow. There is just a store. Tractor trailer containers paper like they can never find information if they need it. Think about that. So many on the Mercury little slip paper rips into gun. Yeah, tractor load to those slips thousand note. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Gonna be a ton of them. Basically every household in America has one. Basically, I think that's about it. Not everyone does, but I mean that's how it accumulates too. It would take $1 a second over a million years to pay a deficit. Yeah, a million years. I don't think it's that high, but it's pretty high. Yeah, it is pretty high. I just don't think it's that high. I have it pretty wild, eh? Special rice going. I'm going to need a container for lettuce, cheese. And trillion seconds is 31,000 years, and it just is 36 trillion. Is it 36 trillion? That's wild. Is it actually? Ah, it's 1.8 trillion. Uh, 25, so far deficit was 1.1 trillion at the end of April 2025. 1.1 trillion. 1.1 trillion. I was wrong. Oh, 100%. Yeah, it definitely will be. Yeah, I think for how many people, depending on taxes and too, they're employed and all that too. Canada taxes are higher, right? Depending on where you live as well. So times that by a lot of people, you get a lot of money back. I mean, 1.1 trillion is a lot of money, but not a lot of money at the same time. US? No. That is US debt. 2025. Oh, it is 36.2 trillion. Oh, 2.3 trillion. Government debt in Canada is expected to reach 600 billion by the end of 2025. Some players' estimates are around 620 billion in debt. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it is one. It's 1.3 trillion by the end of this year. Is what it's projected to be. It's approximately 620 billion in debt right now. 620 billion, Canada. Yeah, it's 36.2 trillion that you guys are in debt for US. 36.2. Yeah, I look at numerous pages too, because some of them are projected and other stuff, but I look at that's 36.2 trillion currently. It's over $1 trillion every year. That's just for that year. That's wild. You can imagine that kind of money. Yeah, think how many people are in there. You guys have what, 240 million people in US? Around there, I think. Oh, 347 million. My apologies. As of June 5th, 347,139,512. That's citizens and non-citizens. So still, and then you gotta, you can, do taxes off of that and other thing for that. And yeah, trillions is not a lot of money when you accumulate all these kind of people. Yeah, no, 300, basically the exact number, 347,139,512, June 5th, 2025. So 4 days ago. That's citizens though. 331 million it's saying for citizens. The depth per citizen. So we do 96,829. $96,000 per person. 96,000 per person. So if all of us gave you $1 a second for 3,000 years, this would be paid off somehow. Does not make me feel better. I mean, three, 7 is, yeah, 96,000. Let me get this number here. Divided by Oh, wait, how many seconds are in a year, you said? 31 million? So each citizen would have to give you 0.003 cents a day. No, sorry, 0.003 cents per second. Every citizen would have to do that for a year per second. So it's a lot. It's a lot of moolah. And it wouldn't be $1 a second. It's almost ready. Wait, yeah, it's per year, yeah. The year is 31 million seconds, yep. Yeah, I've already done that. Yeah. No, not pennies per person for 1 year. Per second, per second. Pennies, not even, yeah, well, it'd be pennies a day per person. So let's see. So 347 million. Times, what is it? What is it? What is it? 10, yeah, 97,000 ish. Put you to, yeah, 33 trillion. That's per year. And then you're going to divide that by 31 million. Yeah, 1,081,419. Hold on. 10% million people. That's, oh, no. Sorry, my bad. That's wrong. That's wrong. It's a lot, though. It's not as much as you think. per second. Yes. Yeah. Before Christ? What? Yeah, no, no, not 1 million. It's yeah, uh, 37 million. 147 million. Well, I mean, technically you want to do 300, no, 30, no, 32 billion divided by 347 million per person. $92. $92, and then you gotta put that into seconds, blah, 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 whatever. Yeah, because you also have to put it, you have to put per person per year, and then put that to per second. Can't forget it was 10%. I'd say. Bowl rice as well for it. Chicken. Eating all the chicken. This is Canadian chicken, man. Wrap. Wrap. Oh, I don't have any hot sauce, unfortunately. Oh, so cheese. Chicken. Chicken. Yeah. Nice. Trying to get this somewhat good here. Not the greatest burrito wrapper, but that's okay. Yeah, no hot sauce. How's it going, Ron? And some lettuce. And some lettuce. It, there's it done too. Nice timing. Nice timing. Put it all right. That's a wrap. Always good there, man. I do it all right. Yeah, make myself some chicken wraps. I should have grilled them. Should have grilled the wraps as well. That's okay. It still tastes really good. Wait, hold on. How much would that be in billy goats? I don't know. Hey, 16 trillion chickens if we were Bart. Say 8 to 9 chickens per billy goat. Mm. Homemade burgers are always also good too, man. Yeah. My apologies on that atrocious math that I did before. So it'd take approximately $1 million per second to pay off 32 trillion. $1 million per second. So $1 million per second for 1 year. Per person. Yeah, only a couple 100 years, right? So I'm going to divide that by 100. So $1 million per second. Divide that by it'll take, well, yeah, 10,000. $10,000 per second per person. Wait, not per person, but for one per. Okay, well, hold on. You want to do per? Yeah, no. So my math was pretty good actually. So 10,000. 347 and hearing. No, my math was pretty good on the first one. Never mind. No, the math was good. The math was good. I was right. You got the 16 gigabyte model, I hope. It's not $10,000 per second. That's if a single person was paying it off over 100 years. Oh, no. Nice. Glad you got the 16 gigabyte. Apparently, the 8 gigabyte models are not selling. They are not selling. 10 3.4. Wow. We lucky, yeah, 8 GB this time. Kind of true. I mean, even the 5060. Yeah, I mean, they're not really selling the greatest. The 8 GB models are not selling that well. And they're selling, but I mean, like from what I've read, is the 9060 XT. They're not selling. They're not selling. The 8 GB models, not the 16. 16 are selling. Not as fast as what they would probably like, but still selling. Yeah, apparently they have some pretty good clock speeds on them, and they stay nice and cool. So what do you expect? It should be fairly decent for overclocking. At least in my opinion, they should be pretty good. Oh, excuse me. Oh, get wheelbarrow rice on there. Yep. Yep. Well, I mean, in a way, it depends on how it's designed, right? But yeah, because it is a smaller, not technically a smaller die, but fewer core count, you can boost clock it higher because it's at a lower temperature. Lettuce. Oh, gosh. Clock is not all everything. Clock does help for higher refresh rate games, but having a higher this butt width is overall performance. It can transfer a lot more data at a time. You don't really care about clock rate for a lot of things. Seeing higher refresh or higher frequency is nice, but it's not everything. More ROPs, more cores, higher bit butt width. It's better. Mm-hmm. Faster operating pipelines. And then I also talked about TMUs, texture mapping units in it. I also talked about that. Texture mapping units is for many different various things, but can help performance as well. But ROPs is what you want to look at, more or less. Can higher bit butt width. Mm-hmm. Yeah, doubled. And you're get depends on how many cores, streaming processors, right, as well, right? But I mean, it's like how much can all the hardware combined transfer? It's what it can do, what it's like theoretical. There's a lot of theoretical that goes into all of that as well, but what it can actually do, what's optimized for it. You do gaming, well, it's gonna be better for this kind of game or this, not 1080 like 1080p or 1440p, 4K, 8K. There's no one that could be doing 8K. Yeah, having double the big gap between them, a huge cut down on the actual performance due to the fact it's not even close to many cores. The the bus width is way lower. The ROPS, not many ROPS. There's not many ROPS in it, but streaming processors as well. I mean, it's all cut down. It's all way cut down, like half. You're basically cutting the 9070 XT in half. That's why it's such a big gap in the price too. Though you're cutting the price in half, basically, right? Almost. I did read up on them potentially coming out with the 80 XT and 990 XT. It's still a rumor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's about 40. It depends on the game too. It depends on what you're doing. Depends on also what you're doing. If you just gotta go 1080p versus them, so for same game 1080p only, it could be just 40%. Now, if you go to 1440p or 4K, it could go all the way up to 50 or 55% difference. Like, have you seen what? Again, I did performance leaks on the 5060. The 9060 XT doesn't even compare to the 9060. So, what is it? 7, 8% slower? Not great. Mhm. With a 16 gigabyte model, you should be able to do 1440p. It's just you're not going to get crazy frames. That's the only thing you're not going to be looking at. Do not try to be doing a whole lot of ray tracing either. It's not a lot of ray tracing cores. Mhm. Now, remember, they're going to be doing refreshes of these cards as well, 50 series cards, like the supers, which they could all be bumped up because they could all be using 3 gigabyte GDDR7 memory. So all of it could be bumped up, which would help. Yep. With 5070s, if they had 16 gigabytes, would be literally, they would have been sold out the same day, probably. And read my paper. Yeah, a lot of people would have been way happier, right, man? Basically, yep. Performance wise, than better, probably. It's probably why they didn't make it a 16 gigabyte model. Plus, they would have probably thought about marketing wise. Well, we're gonna probably come out with the supers, which could be more VRAM, faster core clock. So they probably thought about all before even they even came out to us, right? Mm-hmm. And you want people to be happy. I mean, NVIDIA does not make the money off the GPUs. All right, they don't. They make the money off of the data centers and that. Yeah, I'm gonna full. It ain't enough for 3 rounds. A little much. Mhm. For price range, yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, and again, a retail, yeah, you can't complain about retail. Mm-hmm. Mm. Not like AMD is bad at VR. Because AMD's still behind. A piece of chicken? Nope. Good. Don't like the blanket. Don't like the blanket. Hey, up to my bed. Is that good? Yeah. Yeah, even though AMD upgraded their ray trace, of course, is still lacking. Yep. And it depends on the game, how they're optimized too, right? Some games are more optimized for AMD. Some games will optimize for NVIDIA. There's so many things that go into place for all these graphics cards to be utilized the appropriate way. That's where a lot of people fail at just buying the card appropriate for them. Like Vepter, at least he got a card appropriate for what he wants to do, Skyrim VR. And yes, I remember. Yeah, where AMD fails. I mean, also in applications too, AMD fails that certain thing. Same thing with CPUs, right? There's certain things that they've made them for, and not a whole lot of people will be using certain CPUs or GPUs, depending on what they are actually doing. I mean, that's just so much involved with that. No, Linux apparently not good. N- No, not for NVIDIA, apparently. At least right now. Right now, again, optimizations have to be done. It's even newer. Even newer. Did on testing with Linux on NVIDIA, and it's apparently not so good. Like a 30% decrease in performance compared to Windows. A pretty big difference for the exact same card. Like that's pretty wild. It's around 30%. I think maybe in some tests was like 50%. They have improved, but still having issues. More or less for, yeah, not really for gaming, but really good for the compute and AI powered applications. Linux has been good for the 50 series cards. That was when they were first came out. Now that there has been new driver updates for it, it has improved a lot for gaming. Not the same as Windows and Linux, but it's up there now. They're fairly close to performance. Yeah. What, the B580? Oh, I mean, with your whole setup, if you got a B580 as well, as B580s, you should be able to pick them up for like 250, $300. Is one better than the other for dual GPU setup? No, not really. Like it depends on dual GPU setups. You're more or less looking at the VRAM. What was the performance increase from the prior card to the 1080 Ti? You mean like the 980 Ti versus the 1080 Ti? Is that what you're asking? No, there has not been another card like 1080 Ti. The prices that we were getting for performance increase like that were near doubling the card price to get the kind of performance. Okay, the it's a pretty big improvement from a 980 Ti to a 1080 Ti. 6 GB card versus a 11 GB card as well. And due to the fact it was only 200 $200 more. Oh, 980 Ti price around the $200 more price. Ew, mouse. This is team price. 649. Yeah. I mean, not even $20. Mm. Yeah, it was 649. So going up to 699 for 10 ACI wasn't a huge deal, right? For $50 more. $50 more means that's a great deal. Performance wise, it's like close to double the performance. Yeah, the 10 ACI, there's no card that has been like that yet. We're close to literally doubling the price and not getting the kind of performance like they did from 9 ATI to 10 ATI. I mean, before, since before, it was kind of the same thing. For the price jump, that wasn't the greatest. Where you weren't looking at that kind of performance increase since, and before. But the biggest and best jump we've ever had was 9 ATI to 10 ATI. Probably close to the performance increase versus cost. No. Even if you went out, even if you went off MSRP price, still no. I mean, it's better. It was better. Yeah, the 40 series was better. The 30 series, I think, was technically a little bit better than the 20 series in that regard, because 20 series was new with the ray trace and all that forwards into it. But yeah, it wasn't great for them either. As if you want to say like 3090 price. Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll just say 3090 price. All right, MSRP. Right, 1499 for 3090, and then 4090 was, I think I'm saying, 1599, so $100 more. I mean, from a 3090 to 4090. So 4090. Actual performance versus the 3090. A pretty big increase, 45% faster than 3090. I mean, 3090 has lower power consumption. I mean, you gotta also look at power consumption too. You also have to look at power consumption. I mean, I guess we're not looking at that right now, but the performance wise, yeah, it was a pretty big jump. Yeah, it's still 1499 versus 1599, right? But you also got literally like 45% increase in performance. So for $100 more, literally it won't like 45% increased performance versus the old gen, same kind of model, same model, just newer gen. It's pretty good. Yeah, tech used to be every 3 years. You had to upgrade your knowledge onto it every 3 years. 15 years ago, it was every 8 years you had to upgrade your knowledge. That was the last time I was like in high school. High school, 15 years ago. Now you have to upgrade your knowledge in technology every 3 to 6 months. 3 to 6 months, depending on what you're really looking at. Yeah, 40 series was pretty good. And since people were selling the 3090s for $800 to $1,200 at the time, it's a pretty good, you know, good deal if you're looking at a 4090 for around MSRP. A 45% increase in performance, in some cases up to 70%. 70%. But yeah, let's go back to the and yeah, the for $50 more for the 980 Ti versus the 1080 Ti, we're looking at about 60% increase in performance. 60%. Forty eighty and 4090 for 2K and less? That's wild. And if you could find it for what, especially MSRP price, I mean, why not, right? But the 6090, buddy, we're already at 2K, so we're already at 2K, and we're pretty close to the hardware technology that we can do right now. So I'm gonna say 2200, but 2K, 2200 MSRP. Oh, 100% agree. Yeah, they're selling for 2K and less. That's pretty wild. I mean, what's the CPU specs in them? I would like to know CPU specs in those PCs. Was not a bad buy, to be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't expect the MSRP price of the 69 to be astronomically increased. 2K is probably right around where they want to be for max. I mean, a 1400K beats the 7700X. Apparently, they're not paying attention to CPU. I mean, the 1400K is worth a lot of money versus the 7700X, which isn't worth that much. But the 1400K is worth almost double. Yeah, those are, I mean, yeah, decent. Cannot complain, really. So, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, pretty decent. I mean, lucky them. Lucky them, man. Lucky they have that kind of money. So yeah, that would be a decent system for that kind of price. Yep, that's what we're looking at here in Canada. Yep, let's use for MSRP or more still for some things. It's just wild, actually wild. You want new prices on old stuff. Like we're talking like 10-year-old stuff. They want new prices. Like, no, Back when I had money, I would control the drone market. I would buy up all the good deals and make a lot. Oh yeah. See, yeah, that's when I had some cash on me too. I was buying GPUs, modifying them, selling them. That's when I had money in the with the 3000 series. Bought certain ones for the miners. People wanted certain mining cards. I'd modify them for them. Boom. There you go. And they sold quick too. They sold really quick. It depends on the PCB that the card has. It has to be a dual side PCB. Technically, I can. I just don't have the equipment right now to do it. Yeah, you can. And then you just need to flash a new driver or BIOS onto it. So that way it can be able to know that it has 16 gigs and be able to give the appropriate voltages. And yeah, you have to have a dual side PCB though, which there's a few AIBs that make dual side PCBs for 3000 series and 4000 series. And then there's a couple that do the 5000. Yep, it's not as hard as what people think. I mean, it's not easy, but it's not hard. As they do with a heat gun, just gotta make sure you got the stencil for it. Just get yourself some appropriate size BGA, BG, um, solder. That's all you really got to do. And flash in a new BIOS. The only 40s that beat the 5070s are the 4080 Super and 4090, I think. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The 5070 I mean, the 4070 Ti Super is fairly close to the 5070. Fairly close. Does not perform the same, but it's fairly close. But yeah, the 4080 actually performs a bit better than about the same as the 5070. But yeah, the 4070 Ti Super performed really good. It's still a really good performing card. Like, really good performing card. Yeah, I mean, I have basically that one hobby. I still even go all out for my system. It's $22, 1300K with 4080 for what price? 2000 US. Because used 13900Ks here around 400, 450. Depends. For a pound, gotcha. Probably take 1800 though, probably. All right, man. Take her easy and hopefully the 9060 XT performs what you want it. Does what you need to do and overclocks nicely. Yeah, see, I never wanted to build a wild system that uses a whole lot of power. I mean, my 13900K use you can use some power, but majority of the time it does not use a whole lot of power. And my 3070 Ti, it's got some wattage, but it never really uses all that wattage unless I'm doing my hardcore overclocking on it. Then it can use some watts. RAM doesn't use any watts, which is nice. Doesn't really matter what kind of RAM you put into it. Not going to use a whole lot of wattage for the RAM. Yep, exactly. Same here with me. Yup, it's there if I need it for the games that I play. I don't play a whole lot of high, super crazy games. I only play at 1080p high refresh rate, so that's all I cared about. And then I cared about what I can put into it so I could do more overclocking for my competitions and or just general. If 48 gigabyte is nice to have, then you're basically almost, not 100%, guaranteed to get Hynix M die, which means you can overclock them more. He doesn't like the drama. He likes starting the drama, just like Hart. I don't like the drama. I don't care what a lot of people say on a lot of things. They're just starting stuff. Totally, well, because your system memory is at like 50% with only 32 gigs. Yeah. Yeah, 48 is better. You get higher refresh rate. You can still overclock the snot out of them. Put some really good timings in as well. If you check out some of my videos on timings, um, yeah, you can learn something off of it. Trauma, run. Hey there. Yeah, well, you're with the Hynix M die. Yeah, you can increase the frequency, and then as soon as you go to higher density, 64, yeah, you do lose some speed, even with Hynix A die or M die. But 32 gig, you're looking for Hynix A die. For 48 and up, you're definitely looking for Hynix M die. 32 gig is for A die. And you get some decent frequency, still not the highest frequency. Decent frequency though, depending on what kind of voltage you're looking to use. You don't want to use a whole lot of voltage for your daily anyways. But the timings, holy crap. The timings are good. And that's what's generally in use for AMDs with their 6000 series, or well, sorry, the 9000 series. They use 6000 mega transfer per second, 32 gigabyte kits. You can get higher kits, of course, but for the 32, they're using Hynix A die with really low cache latency and some really good timings already on XMP. Take her easy, they're born. Here, there, I should probably get myself some sleep as well. Kind of want to go over some more stuff for tomorrow. Blah. Yep, 48 gigs is good to have. Just really is. What do you mean? Yeah, no, depending on what kits you're gonna get, yeah, it's it can cost a bit more, but yeah, if you're just looking for lower memory frequency kits, but I would go for a bit higher memory frequency kits. Guarantee that you get Hynix M die. What's up, Z? How's it going, Z? The Mogo is good for 9200. Uh, what CPU? What motherboard? Always good to hear, man. Yeah, what motherboard again? I remember something. Oh yeah, Steel Legend. Mm, isn't 9200 good for? I mean, that's pretty good, but that's only if you get CU dim. I don't think regular dim it can. I mean, technically you can. Yeah, check the site. Overclocking above 9466. Linden, yeah, Linden per channel. Mm. I mean, that Linden per channel. 1 hours are good for that. 6800 for Linden per channel, 2 hours. Give me 1 sec. Check. Clock under for dim and sewed. Oh, so it doesn't. All right. So that's pretty good, actually. That is pretty good. Yeah, 9466 megahertz. That was nice to see. Well, it's still kind of visible. Yeah, I mean, they are in stock and they are at MSRP price still. It's kind of nice. I mean, it looks good. Yeah, it looks good for the RAM. But yeah, you're definitely going to want Hynix M die. As you get UDIM. Looks good though. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially when you put that 9060 XT in a future build, especially if you can find it at MSRP, because they are going to go up. The 16 gigabyte models will go up, guaranteed. On the 9060 329, I think it is. 300. But you're seeing them above that, kind of. The 8 GB model supposed to be around 300. 16 GB for 349. For the XFX Swift AMD Radeon RX 96 XT OC Gaming Edition, there's 16 GB, 349. There's some places that are doing 360 for some cards, but yeah, the 8 GB is 299 and 349 for 16 GB model. Oh, no, we're talking about VRAM on the GPU. Yeah, for the GPU for the 9060 XT, you got 8 GB and 16 GB models. Like the 2 fan. I think it's the 2 fan for the 8 GB models. DDR5 a different shape than DDR4 because DDR5 are more expensive. DDR is different. Yes. Different pins. Different pin layout. Um, yeah, we got the DDR4 Patriot Vipers and DDR5 Corsair Vengeance. We put them up the same way. And as you can see, where the slot is, it's different. You can even flip it around, and it's not the same. Flip it again, it's not the same. Yes. So yes, they are different. They will not fit. Same thing with DDR3. Which one's number 2? Great, it's just so give you so yeah, in DDR2 and DDR3, as you can see, flip it around, same thing. Yeah, they all line up. Every version's different than the original DDRs. What's the temp where you are? 20 degrees Celsius. Oh, 16 right now. 16 degrees Celsius right now. Yeah, make sure if your motherboard is DDR5, you get DDR5. You cannot switch around the RAM, unfortunately, man. If you have CU DIM or if you bought CU DIM, you have to have a Z890 or a Core Ultra series CPU to make it work. To not just put it, even though it's the same, it will still technically fit. It won't work. Yeah, it does make life difficult, but for RAM speeds, it's kind of nice that they did that because yeah, you don't want to mess it up. You put a because you're going from DDR2 here. DDR2 standard is 1.8 volts. 1.8 volts standard. You go to DDR3, 1.5 volts. You go to DDR4, it's like 1.1 volts. Well, these are 1.3, I think. Now, these are 1.35 with 1.1 volts. And then you go to DDR5, 1.1 volts. And then you got low powered DDR5, low powered as well. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Different parts. I mean, how much DDR5 you get? 128 gigs? How many gigs did you get? And a lot of people still use DDR4. I mean, DDR5 has its benefits, but DDR4 is nothing wrong with it. I had 2, 3, 4, and 5. I did have some DDRs, but I don't have them anymore, unfortunately. Yep, 32 gig is the safe spot to be for RAM right now. 32 gigs has more future proofing. If you're going to 448 or 64, then that would also help you as well for later on. You don't have to buy more RAM. That's why I have multiple kits of 32, 48, and DDR4. I got kits of 64 gigs, 32 gigs, and 16 gigs for DDR4. And then DDR3, I only have up to 16 gigs. Because again, I do RAM overclocking and stuff like that. So having higher density sticks is not good for me. So I don't game on it. Having it 16 is good, but I've never used it. I mean, 16 gig is not nowadays, not good. Especially if you use Windows 11. You're only going to have like in some cases 10 gigs left, and there's some games that are going to use that like easy. 216 gigabyte is good. Yeah, only for DDR5 really. I mean, for general use for most people, yeah, I guess it's fine. Not for me. Not for me. 64. Yeah. You want to more future proof yourself, yeah. And then you won't really have to worry about running a RAM gaming. There are some games that will, though. They'll use up to as much as you can put in your system. like those crazy sim games. Um, City Skylines, I think it's called. It can use a lot of cores and it can use a lot of RAM. Be doing a grocery run, sure. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know much about that game. I just seen it. And some milk. 450 games. It's a lot of games. Yeah, I've just seen how I can use a lot of RAM and a lot of CPU. Only one missing. What are you, a champion, aren't you? I have a Monopoly from 1986. You talk about the one where I don't think he has a mustache. You don't need to double set. You pretend it's Jumanji? Really? Really? I think that's the one. Uh, I, that's right. He doesn't have a monocle. Yes, he doesn't have a monocle. Or does he? He's cash. No. He stashed it. According to Ace Ventura, he did. uh, what one? Pet Detective? When Nature's Calling? There's multiple Ace Venturas. Pet Detective is probably one of the best. Bumblebee tuna. Uh, yeah, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, When Nature Calls, Pet Detective Junior, and they made an animated TV series. Huh? They made an animated TV series. Yeah. So yeah, When Nature's Call is really good too. The disappearance of the white bat. Some like a little bit. Not. I haven't watched all of it. Yeah, watched some Harry Potter. Yes, yes. That was Nature's Call. Nature's Call. Yeah. When Nature Calls. That's pretty sure that one knocked out the Monopoly guy. Yeah. Man, there's some really good scenes in some of his movies for that. Ace Ventura's. I don't know what you want to call it. There's only two technically with him. Yeah, warm like a scarf. Yeah. Yeah. That was so good. That was so good. There's only technically, yeah, the two with Jim Carrey. When Nature's Call, Pet Detective and When Nature's Call, 1994 and 1995, I think it was. Oh, you talking about, oh, Harry Potter. I mean, it's kind of good that they went off of, kept the same actors to make it so it's like they're aging throughout the series, right? It's kind of good that way. But yeah, like, movies kind of got odd. Yeah, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Like, it was knocked out. Yeah. Bro, it's been 30 years. I still quote them. Yeah. Yep. It's been a while, man. They've been out for a very long time. I mean, Jim Carrey has done so many. He's been through a lot. He's been through the ringer. What up, D-Tech? Stranger Things final season? From 2016 to 2025. Wow, it's been going on for a while. I don't even know about it. Is that good or is that bad? I don't watch a lot of TV. Oh. Is it good? I don't know. Is it actually good? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Uh The soundproof glass scene was pretty good. Based on life in the 80s horror. Based life in the 80s horror. Is there a movie about Stranger Things? Mm, Yep, 2010. Set in 1980s for all of the town. Okay. So supernatural forces and secret government exploits. That. I mean, if you're into that kind of stuff, be very into it. People say Jim Carrey is crazy, but he is more sane than most people. Yeah, 100%. And there's other actors now quoting stuff that he's said in the past. I mean, what's his name there? One who died recently. Friends actor. What's his name? He has a Friends actor who recently died. Suicide, I think it was. I mean, there's so many actors right now quoting Jim Carrey. A lot of things that he said in the past. So it's very true. A lot of things. Is he saying you never watched Stranger Things? No, I've never watched Stranger Things. Nah, probably not. Probably won't be hooked. Unfortunately. It's worth the watch, though. That's why they made him out to be crazy. Yep. Did you ever see that? What's his name? He's in Ted. He's in a lot of things. What's his name? Mark Wahlberg spilling about the Diddy parties with Kevin Hart. That's funny. That's funny. I have no clue. Yeah, I guess. I don't, man. I don't watch a lot of TV. When I'm single, I don't watch movies. I don't watch TV at all. I don't watch TV shows. I don't do any of that. I am a boring person. Yeah, I knew what he was talking about the whole time. Yep. The last I know, I mean, and I probably will never know. Unless I find a woman that's into watching that, then that's probably the only time I would actually watch it. And guess what? I probably wouldn't be watching it. I'd have my face nowhere near the TV. Let's just say that. Top 10. Holy moly. Top 10. You're really hyping this Stranger Things now, aren't you? That's hyping it up. Never watched The Walking Dead either. Ah, I mean, if it was good, if you enjoy it, if you enjoy watching your TV shows and that, then by all means, might as well hype it up. Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch, what call it, what's it called? Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones until way after it finished. And I have only watched a few episodes. I have a technically a TV. I could watch whatever I want. It's just I don't watch TV. Don't watch TV shows. I'll watch some YouTube about some documentaries about computer hardware, certain construction stuff if I want to watch that, just see if there's anything new about it. But I do computer stuff, man. Yeah, I've only seen a few episodes. I mean, it looks I like certain scenes of the show, definitely. Yep, they did. Yep. Yeah, I didn't really watch it, unfortunately. To some people, unfortunate. Yeah, I am computer stuff. My me time's overclock, and I'll even stream that too. Yeah, I didn't have. Yeah, I didn't say much. To not say much. He wasn't a man of talking, which makes sense. Nope. Uh, that's right. Oh, don't recommend anything. I'll recommend Mythbusters. We had an ongoing joke for 2 years about no dragons. As a con, talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Nerd. Box? What? 3070 Ti. It's the world's fastest 3070 Ti. Box Machina? Never heard of it. Never heard of it, man. Yeah. So we got 2080 Super EVJ Hydro Copper, 3070 Ti, B550 Tomahawk board, Z690 Ors Master, 1080 Ti. And I got more, but those are the boxes I have there. Did you just Joe Biden? Please don't. Joe Biden. Sorry, I don't I don't follow that kind of stuff either. I follow about the tariffs and stuff like that due to the fact it affects PC greatly, but I don't know much about Joe Biden. Unfortunate. I'm also Canadian, so I really don't follow it that much. Oh yeah, we got more GPUs. We got more GPUs. We got more GPUs. Another GPU. It beats 6900 XT on liquid nitrogen. Yeah, world's fastest, as in it holds the majority of the records for 3070 Ti's. It's literally like the fastest 3070 Ti. Yeah, and it's comparable to 3080. Yep. Is that Joe Biden pointing or what? I don't know. Help me. I'm the only one going Joe Biden here. Help me. Explain. Somebody explain this. Oh, I didn't. Oh, man, it's warnings. My bad. Had a long talk on my train the other day. Hopefully it wasn't, hopefully your brain wasn't too harsh on you. And then we got custom water loops, AIO, air coolers, original air coolers for Xeons, LGA 115, whatever. Also AMD. The results, hardwarebot.org, hwbot.org. My account is Luger, Luger. Second. But patient. So Simbench 2024. Oh, hold on. Bam. I'll do a little zoomy zoom. Go. Simbench score 13,485. Yeah, we have 8. Only 8. But if we go over to the side here, beats out 6900 XT, 7900 XT. What should we go down here? 4060 Ti, 4070 laptop, 6950 XT. Yeah, there we go. 156 overall, all GPUs. So yes, it does have beat a lot. Let my top for that. Benchmark. Hardware. Should have my profile in hardware. That'd be easier. And a bunch of records. Video card. Yeah, I beat some more scores. Tractor, who just passed away recently, was someone I admired a lot. He was one of the best overclockers in the world. He passed away recently, had heart complications. But yeah, don't want to beat his records, but I have to beat his records because we're always on competition for that. And then some other guys kind of had a woodwork for some things. Some of these tests I don't care about. The ones that really matter for good points. Let's go Royal. It's actually not signing, but Royal. So Steel Nomad. Just pull Royal. It's kind of hard to go against. So 6800, I'm being at 6800 XTs, 20 Ti's, of course. The 3070 Ti's, close to 6800 XTs that are, and 6900 XTs that are oh, 2.8 gigahertz and with some crazy setups, which are, ah, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Why? This. So yeah, 5800X, 4.8, really good cast latency, good timings on this 4, 6900X, 2.8, just pretty balling for 6900 XT. Good nice little setup here. I'm the score, I'll find out which one was clanking it with it. Uh, 37 Ti's with the GDDR6X memory. They were crazy. On paper, far faster. In some ways, yeah. Or well, all the ray tracing, of course, could outbeat them, but there are some scores I do have to put in. Yeah, I should do Catzilla and that too, but yeah, it just doesn't give me points. Doesn't give me a lot of points. Uh, I live down in Geek Bench. Oh, that's second place now. Dang. Second place. What is this? That sucks. So I have to redo some of these. Sucks. Yeah, Tractor and I was always in competition for a lot of things. Yeah, I've used it for 5 years. It's not terrible, but I mean, it's still. I mean, I've had my card for it came out. Shit, almost 4 years. I was saying, yeah. And so I could do plus 265 on the core, and on the memory, I could do plus 4600. And I'm going to swallow papers and those. I didn't show. Showing. Showing that. That does plus 2000 easy though. On the memory. And yeah, that's but anyway, there's anyway, no, I can easily beat this score too. I already have some scores are way above this 4500 on it. Easily crush this score again if I need to, but I don't have to. There are some that I have to beat. Like I just don't care about certain tests. The Cloud Gate, don't care. Fire Strike, I do. So I should work on the Fire Strike. Fire Strike GPU, Fire Strike Extreme. I should do some. The Ice Storm, I don't care about Ice Storm. I could probably easily crush these scores for the Ice Storm. I did do one for Ice Storm Extreme, but it's literally stock. It's all stock. And with the 8700K, I mean, I can easily crush this. Night Raid, I don't care. I did do one, I think I was stock again, 12900K, back when I had 12900K stock settings. I mean, easy. I could probably easily get the record for that. Port Royal I care about. It gives decent points. Skydiver, I don't care. I do have a score, but it's stock. Just something so I put some score up. Skydiver, I don't care. Like I said, Solar Bay, I do. That's why I have first. Speedway, I do, because it's something that was pretty easy to do. First, Steel Nomad, kind of care about it, but my second and first, the second place, I can easily get over 4,100 points, so I can easily get this for DX12. The Vulcan, I already got the record. Time Spy, I'm fourth right now. Time Spy, I need to work on a couple things, just work on getting my memory a little bit better, so that way the CPU can perform a little bit better for this test, but that's about it. And then, yeah, that's what I have to do. Wildlife, I don't care. Tuning Mark Vantage, I kind of care about, just I don't have a good score with it right now because I'm only at 5.7 gigahertz on the peak cores, and then did basically a stock run because it's just something quick to do before the end of the last year. And then this year, I'm going to be going for majority of these records. And there are some things I don't care about, like the VR, UG Heaven. I don't care. I don't care about those ones. They give you very little points, and it's not an accomplishment for. It's not. It's not an accomplishment. It's easy to do. I smoke butterflies. I can fly toys. I take a look. I don't care what's in the. Wow, just wow. You good there, Born? You're just token away. In 1 sec here. Uh, I will be ending the stream here, though. Be back on probably tomorrow for, we'll see what time. Not as late, that's for sure. Yeah, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping out this channel more than you know. And yeah, this could be it for this one here. Uh, try to be doing daily stream again here. Kind of want to take a quick little break, get things more sorted out. So yeah. So again, thank you all for watching. And as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.